Yes, hello and good morning. So what I thought we would be doing today is basically testing if we understand multiplayer synchronizer, multiplayer spawner, and how to set up authority a little better. Where our biggest weak point is probably setting authority, because that is not something that we have we haven't made it work in the scene we downloaded either. They used a bit different logic when it came to checking if it was the host or someone else doing the input, as far as I could tell. So that's it for today. We are going to reuse, like this is a copied project. The multiplayer scene, we will leave it as is. It is responsible for connecting us to the server, so the host sets up a peer for the host or the server, and it starts the game. And you can see when it's the host is server, we do change level, which spawns the packed scene of it's our level, our world. It spawns every child object from that scene into this level node. So why do we only do this for the host? When someone connects to the server, blah 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 blah, trying to connect. If we are able to connect, it's this one where we start the game. And you see we hide the UI, we unpause the game. So weird. The players joining doesn't load the world. How does that work? Well, we have the multiplayer spawner, which is set the root node to this level node. And the main world is in the auto spawn list. So what does this mean? Well, when the second player joins, not the host, that's important, but when the second player joins, all the objects in the host's level here that he filled in is going to be automatically shared using this multi-spawner node to any players who join. That's why the other players doesn't have to do this function of setting up the level on their own game version, I guess. Okay. Main world. Let's see if we're able to set up something useful. Player spawner. Player list. There are not many scripts in this scene already. It's only this one actually. So this is what we have to edit to make authorizations work and stuff like that. Thirteen views. Is it good? Okay, take a look at this. So why do I keep these scenes in here? Well, this script, it doesn't necessarily have to be on the multiplayer spawner as far as I can tell, but let's go through some of these things. The multiplayer spawner here, player spawner as I named it, it is set to the player list. So things under this root node are going to be synchronized to other peers when they join for the first time. You can see, and during the game I suppose. Let's see how it works. The spawner, as long as the thing that has been spawned is under the root node and is also under the spawn list. Here we have the player scene and we have the root node player list. So any player scene spawned under player list will be synced to all players, and this is both for things we spawn during the game, but also when a new player joins the game, any scene that is already under the root node. And keep in mind, it has to be it also has to be in the spawner scenes. Auto spawn list. Root node. And also the auto spawn list will be spawned. Okay. So this script should now, from what we set up here, only be responsible of spawning the player. That is the job of this script. And now it is important to understand that the player spawner in itself, we set it to the root node and we set the auto spawn list to the player scene. This does not mean that the player automatically spawns, like it doesn't spawn a new player object when someone joins the server. It only synchronizes, like replicates the players that are already in the list. So we still have to make the script that says we spawn the player, okay? This is where the peer connects. When the peer connects, connect add player. So let's just go through this entire script today and do it very carefully, one by one, and understand every single step. Can you explain the parts of this in GDScript? In a script that inherits from Node, well, we suppose most things inherit from Node, right? Multiplayer API instance. And also keep in mind multiplayer.isServer checks if you're the host. So this entire function here, it only runs for the host. If you're not a host, you get thrown out. And why do we do this? It's because when the host spawns an object in the player list here, or anyone really, if anyone spawns an object in the player list here, it will be replicated, like I said, across all connected peers. So if everyone would spawn one thing each of those things would be replicated. So that would be like a lot of players, depending on how many people are playing the server. The multiplayer accesses the multiplayer API. Okay. Multiplayer API, we say peer connected. Peer connected is a signal provided by the multiplayer API. Whenever a new player connects to the multiplayer session, someone joins the game. Okay. This says when someone joins the game. And this says this is a method to connect a signal to a function, also known as a callback or a handler. It means when the signal is emitted, call this function. So this is then a signal that the server sends when a player joins. We are saying, when we start the game, we're saying, okay, if someone joins the game, if this happens, make sure to tell me so I can run add player, which is a script or a function. Whenever a new player connects to the game, call the add player function and pass that player's ID. And pass the player's ID. Okay, so that's probably a part of the connect. Or is it because he specified it here? I'm guessing that's like basic. It always passes the player ID when you connect to the peer connected part here. Okay. Day 7. Understanding basics. Multiplayer, we say connect to the multiplayer API. Peer connected. A signal of a player connected. A signal which is emitted anytime the player connects. A player connects. My function connect my function to run anytime the server emits the signal that a player has connected. Yeah. My func to run on player connected signal. Okay, so far so good. I guess we can add the disconnect version as well. Okay, let's make sure there's this language thing. Please. It's incredible how hard they make it to like change the language here. No, I don't want it in Norwegian, please. Oh, finally. English, please. Right. And then we just add these. Good. We now have an understanding of what these first lines do. I will add the first one here as well. Returns true if the client is also the server running the server. It's also the host. Yeah. Spawn already connected players. Now, this makes me curious. This makes me very curious. Is this a mistake by the one that made the script? Less likely. Or is it like this? This tells us, right, that spawn already connected players. Why? And what is super crazy about this as well is that it's telling the host to do this only, right? Because the host this code only runs for the host. So there should be no players connected already. This makes sense. This makes sense. And is this in case? So perhaps this is something that you do when there is a dedicated server running. Because if there's a dedicated server running, maybe someone will already be on the server even though the host is not there. But I would think that this wouldn't run on I don't know how a dedicated server works, but let's try to wrap our heads around this. There are two functions. Here from this section. They tell us to spawn all existing players. All already connected players. And also the local player. The local player makes sense. Because the multiplayer.peer connected. We have to ask differently. Does the multiplayer.peer connected trigger when the host joins. But we have to ask that first. Does multiplayer dot here connected run when the host joins? My guess is that it doesn't do it, but maybe if it's a dedicated server that the host can join, which I don't know how it works yet. So you see it doesn't emit the signal for the host. It doesn't fire when the host starts the server. Yep. Yep, you want to spawn in manually. So that's fine. That explains the second part, add player 1, but it does not explain the dedicated server part. Two things. Let's see, two things here. One, why iterate through existing players' IDs when the host starts the server? It should be empty, right? I'm not gonna put words in its mouth. I want it to tell me. So the second, if not always has featured dedicated server. Can you tell me a bit about the check if OS has feature dedicated server? Okay, so this is a good point though. This is a good point though. Not for this particular instance, but if you change scenes, right? So if we're already playing with 3 friends and then we change scene, then we have to iterate through the existing players and spawn those in. So we will be digging a bit into this one. And then the second part, if OS has featured dedicated server. What is this? The technical language says that it returns true when the project has a headless non-graphical dedicated server build. That tells me squat. Except that maybe it's like a server running all the time before the host starts the game. If you're a normal host, you play the game while you're hosting. You want to spawn a local player, but on a dedicated server, there should be no local player spawned, because no one is playing on that machine, it's just a server. So this headless non-graphical dedicated server build would be the host's client, but without the host playing the game. So this could be useful if you want the server to stay open all the time, I guess. This line prevents the player from being created on a machine that is only meant to serve the game. First off, let me clarify if I want a dedicated server build for my game, which is very unlikely. If I make a simple multiplayer game where we run around and hit monsters, get power-ups and such, do I want a dedicated server build or just having the host be the server? Host leave the game's ends. Host has an advantage, harder to moderate and scale. So when do you want a dedicated server? You want that in a competitive multiplayer game, I would say. Or a larger scale. Yes, exactly. Like imagine you play League of Legends and you have player 1 being the host, Oh, I'm losing. I'm gonna quit the game and everyone disconnects. That is absolutely not a possibility, right? Imagine you play Hearthstone and your opponents decide to quit the game and you disconnect. I guess that could be solved by just giving you points if the host disconnects, but no. That would not work very well. So it's a side note, right? This is a side note. It's not something we're gonna use for now, but it is something that it's good to know, right? Even though if you build the game around having a dedicated server, you would never actually have to check if you have a dedicated server, right? So this check would only be for games that might or might not have a dedicated server. On a dedicated server, there will be no players that are the host then. And as such, why do the check for I mean, if you run a dedicated server, you don't want to spawn player. I understand that. But when you make your game, you have to choose between a dedicated server setup or not, right? So the ad, so the check seems redundant. Or can a game have both a dedicated server and a host? I think we're getting a bit sidetracked now. I'm not asking exactly the right questions. I'm getting sidetracked. Checks whether the game build is A headless, non-graphical, dedicated server build. In other words, if you have the option of players being the host or setting up a public server for your games, you might want this check. But it's not something that I want to check in my game. I'm gonna remove it. On the host. That's what I want to do. On the host. This I want in. And I want to know a bit more about this. What exactly does get peers do? Because we know the multiplayer is the multiplayer API, so that's fine. But I want to know exactly what get peers do. Who is connected? Only the host can call it. Okay, that's actually good to know though, because you might create a code for a player object and think it's good to check which other players are in the game and get a list of them, so you can select who you want to trade with, right? But now we know that get peers, it does not work unless you're the host. Meaning if we put this in a player object that has the authority given to one of the other players, it would return an empty list even though there are players on the server, right? That's very good to know. Very good. Get peers. Turns a list of peer IDs that are currently connected to the multiplayer session. Careful. This only works on the host. This only works when the host calls it. Any other client calling it will receive an empty list. Very important, right? Other clients calling it receives an empty list. Good. Multiplayer.get unique ID. It is definitely one we're gonna add. This gives you or whoever is calling your own peer ID. And what is important here is to understand if I were to use get unique ID in my script right here, when a player connects, if I go down here, look at this, right? You see what's happening here. Multiplayer get unique ID. Who is but is this only the host is running this? So only the host computer will be running this. I am going to double check it, but I'm pretty sure. Since we do multiplayer server check, does this mean that when player connects, the add player function will only run for the host and not other players? I am pretty sure. Exactly right. And then I can continue with my speech, right? This is only operated by the host. So what does this mean? This gets the caller's unique ID. The caller is always the host. So even though we are now currently running this function because a new player joined the game, we make his player object, we set his character player ID to whatever was returned by the peer connected one, right? That's good. So far so good. But this is bad. While this one uses the ID given to us by the peer connected signal. The peer connected signal brings us an ID. This one gives us the ID of the person currently running this script, and that's the host. This is not the ID of the peer. This is the ID of the host. Only the host runs this code. So this is wrong. Good. We are creating our character. Set the player's ID. I am not sure. This is the correct way, but this is the next part we will go through. Let's just make very sure. When I do this and this, can I be sure that the add player will receive the parameter of the peer's ID that just connected? Yes, I can be. Yeah. This signal sends includes the peer ID of the player who connects. Defined as signal peer connector peer ID int. Connected functions can include the parameter receiving the peer ID. Assuming add player, I can just do learning anything new today. For sure, we're going through the workings of multiplayer in Godot, and basically I spent 3 or 4 days now to understand a little bit about multiplayer, how the multiplayer spawner and the multiplayer synchronizer works, and authority. So today I'm going through each of these calls and learning multiplayer means, okay, that means the multiplayer API. Okay, so if we connect to the multiplayer API and ask for the peer connected signal, this is a signal, peer connected, and this signal is emitted when any new player joins the game, except for the host. When any new player joins the game, this signal is emitted. And if we connect to this signal, we can connect one of our functions, like the add player function. Now the add player function will be called anytime a new peer connects. And what more does the peer connected signal include? The peer connected signal always sends the peer's ID. So the guy who just joined, we always get his ID on the signal, so we can include this in our function. And this is like how I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna go down in the details of the meaning of every word here, because I don't know anything, right? And that's how I'm gonna learn. Sounds simple enough, yeah, I would think. I think I spent... Is this day 4 of multiplayer, or what is it? Can I see somewhere? It's day 4. That means that I spent 24 hours not understanding. And some of the problem is that I don't have a really good source that is easy for me to understand, at least. So it took me forever to understand just the simple stuff like this. Like the player spawner, the multiplayer spawner, it's called. It gives a root node, which I set to the player list, and I add a spawn list, I add the player scene in the auto spawn list. So forever I thought that when a new player joined, I would automatically spawn the player scene in here for that new player. That's what made sense to me, and I actually thought from one of the videos I watched, I thought that's how it works. But that's not how it works. This multiplayer spawner, it says like every instance of scenes that are in this list, like the player scene, if a player scene exists in this root node, this here, then when someone joins, it will be spawned for them. Meaning, the first time you're gonna spawn something in this list, you have to do it through the script. Like there's no automatic spawning here. This is more like, it's more like a synchronizer, really. Like you have to spawn the player in here. For example, the host has to spawn a player in here, and then once that is done, then it will be synchronized to the other players. So multiplayer spawner is more like a synchronizer, while the multiplayer synchronizer, it also like shares details with the other players, like, but it's mostly variables and stuff, right? It's smaller stuff, like the position of a player or the health of a player or stuff like that. We will get through everything today, but it's things like that that has made it difficult for me to understand. Like, it's misunderstandings, and it's either the tutorials that are not good enough, or I am not experienced enough or smart enough to grasp it right away. But now that I'm starting to understand, I have to agree though. It sounds simple enough. It seems easy, right? I do agree. Which is a good thing. I can mold all I want over the fact that I didn't understand this for a while, but the fact that it is, when we get down to it and understand it, it is easy. That is a very good thing. But I promise you, I'm gonna run into problems today as well. Guaranteed. Well, so far so good. We spawn a player scene. We spawn the character. And does it say where we do spawn it? Like under what node we spawn it? Because we might want to instantiate this player scene. We have to make sure it goes under the player list. We do reference the spawner up here. This is where we move it, I suppose, to the player's holder. I'm gonna rename this because this is the player list. So we first have to instantiate it. Like, yeah, we probably wants to add it to the scene the last then, but instantiating does not mean spawning it then. It's like when you learn and understand a language, will you make a type of multiplayer game? And what would the game be like? It's Rorschach. I didn't even see it was you, man. Trolling me? Well, I was thinking to make a very easy game to see if we can make multiplayer work. So no big project right away, but perhaps 2 characters running around with a pickaxe and a backpack to mine some ore to upgrade their pickaxe and backpack, and gradually get a bigger backpack and a stronger pickaxe so we can get more ore. That is the goal, yes. Whisker meets a friend. Good idea, man. Good idea. Let's see. Character is the player scene instantiate. So when we do this, what does instantiate do? It creates a new instance of a scene or object. Player scene is like a blueprint. Instantiate creates a live, ready-to-use version. It returns the root node of the new scene instance, which you can add to the scene tree, right? So now character holds the entire scene, but it's not added in our world yet. It's only existing here inside the script so far, not in the world yet. Right. Understanding basics, multiplayer. We should make sections here for authority. This is a part of authority. Players connecting and disconnecting. Connecting to the multiplayer API. Signals being emitted and their contents. Connecting your functions to the signals. I should double check that the disconnect signal includes the same information. As the connect signal. player list. Multiplayer get unique ID, get the peer ID of the client running the check. And B, scripts run only by the host will then only return the host's unique ID. It's redundant to say, but you have to be aware. Yes, the multiplayer disconnect peer ID is the same. So multiplayer peer disconnected. Contains the same functionality as peer connected, but the signal is emitted when player disconnects instead. Good. My character equal character scene instantiate. So this part creates the sets the root node of the, how should we say it, creates the character scene and sets the root node to the variable, maybe. See. scene, yes. And it creates it in memory, so that's how you say it when it lives in the client and it's not put into the scene yet, I guess. Lives in memory. It returns the root node of the new scene instance, which I can use, add it to the scene tree, yeah. That's instantiate, and then players holder is a node in the scene, node referenced from the scene. Dot add child character dot add child character adds the character as a child node of the players holder. It's called on whatever. Good. Now, this time we are going to make sure we get the authority right. And we might be able to do it now that we understand multiplayer get ID and what is being passed as ID, peers ID. So let's try it. First, what does character.name? What does this do? The .name part. Character set multiplayer authority ID. What does this do? Does it set the authority for the children as well? Yep. The name of the node. character.name. Okay, so .name. Should I put that under authority or general? I think we can put it here. .name. That's a node. My node.name. So that's the unique identifier. That's the name of the node in the scene tree. Yeah. Can be used. Get node. Gives the node a unique identifier. Identifies a node by its name. Can this be called Do I need to verify path for this? Let's say I use this in a script, any random place in the world tree, in the scene tree. Does it search every single object in the scene for this name? And are these names always unique, only one existing? Doesn't search the entire child tree. So it's more Does it search children of childs? By its path and name. So it's like path name. Path can be this is definitely something I'm gonna avoid though, because working with the paths is it's not logical to me. If you reference the path and you say I'm gonna look for a node in player spawner in the player list named this and that, what's gonna happen is that sometimes I'm gonna rename this player list, or sometimes I'm gonna move this to another object, and as soon as I do that, the code is not gonna work anymore because the path has changed. So working with paths, I don't like it, and I will avoid it as much as I can. Can you give me an example structure of get node searching another place in the script, and one where we give it a reference to a node that we exported as a baseline where it should check its children. That is probably as far as I will go when it comes to searching through the paths, that I will reference a node such as the player list in my script, and I will say get the name player 2 from player list. Check the children of player list for player 2. Like I will not reference player list by name either. I will use the direct export variable where I drag in player list. So if this ever changes, it's gonna update in the script. Yeah, I'm not gonna have to update the script myself. So yeah. World enemy. Then I do yeah, exactly. So you usually, I guess it's pretty common to just do it directly to search for the children. Typical use case would be world root dot get node player. And then we just say player list. This is how I would use it. Okay. So for sure we can give the name, it's no problem. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna use it for, but let's name it the ID. And what that's gonna do is that when it gets created here as a scene, the player scene, it's gonna be called like something like that, or player peer ID 1952828. If he creates a character, the character's gonna show up here with this name, the player's peer ID. Okay. Set node name to peer ID. That's what we're doing. And here what we're doing is create character object in memory. And then set the player ID. So what does that do? What does the player do? It's not a built-in property, so it's a thing we have here. This one, player ID. So this is probably code that we're gonna delete. So if I set authority of the player object to the joining player, I don't need the player variable as a measure to see who can access the player object, right? Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so let's try to just delete this, and it's totally not gonna be a problem. We're gonna change this later then. Let's continue with the setup here. Player spawn. No. Don't do this. The next thing we're gonna do is set authority. Of the character. So this is what's gonna tell it's gonna tell everyone who has authority over this character, and that matters for things like multiplayer synchronizer, the synchronizer object that synchronizes the position and rotation and stuff that we set up. It synchronizes these positions from the authority. So if the host is the authority, the host will update everyone with the position of this character, right? But if we set the authority to be the player who just joined, then this specific character will have all its variable updates coming from that client itself. The host will not be controlling those updates anymore. Can you tell me about this? Set multiplayer authority. Here with ID is the authoritative source of updates for this node. If the node has a multiplayer synchronizer, only the authoritative peer is allowed to change synchronized properties. That peer will send changes to all other peers. This is what I was talking about. I can just add it here as well. That's maybe... That's fine. Will only send updates using this. Send updates. Can only be updated and send changes from the authority. Use case is typically Mm-hmm. Oh, authority is not inherited. Wait a moment. It is not inherited, it says. Um, hmm. Might need a coffee break while I think about that one. And we are back. Oh. Yes. The question was, is it really true that the child nodes does not inherit authority? So this sets authority of the root node to the ID, but any child nodes, including synchronizers, would keep their would not have any authority. This is a bit strange to me, like if you make a scene like the player, a player object, isn't it logical that if you want one of the clients to control it, such as if player 2 joins, you give the player object to player 2. Like, it would make sense to at least have the option to set the authority of the entire scene to that player 2. I understand the circumstances where you want the host to keep control over things like the position, like the host has the final say in the position to avoid cheating, and that's fine. But in some games you want the player to control their own character, right? You don't like cheaters. True. But having the host as the authority creates a tiny bit of latency for the players. And we don't want latency either, do we? So that's definitely a NB. The authority is only set on the node itself, not its children. So this is wrong then. A multiplayer synchronizer on this node can only be updated and send changes from the authority source. If the multiplayer synchronizer is a child node, this is not true. A multiplayer synchronizer only accepts changes and sends update from its authority. Authoritative source. Setting authority to all children of the node recursively requires a function. Such as this one. I want to try this for my game, I believe. This function accepts a node, such as the character, the player node, and it accepts an authority ID, such as the peer ID that we get when the player joins the game. So by passing the character node we created from the player scene together with the ID I should write what it is. It's the peer ID. By passing the character node together with the peer ID, we have the parameters we need. First thing it's going to do is set the multiplayer authority of the character node itself to the peer ID that we sent. And then for every children in the node that we just set the authority of, character node, for every children we are going to call this function on the child and set the authority ID on it as well. So if we go to our player scene here, that would mean we start with setting set authority of the node player. And for each of these children, for this child, we set the authority. And then if it has children, we go down that line as well. We set the authority, we set the authority. When this is done, then we finished with the first child here, and then it's the second child, which is then this one. It sets the authority, and then it goes through each of these. Anytime there is children of the children, the function once again goes and iterates through every child here and sets the authority. So the result is that all of these objects are going to belong or have the authority from the peer that joined when it was created. This is the peer ID that joined us, this one. We can debug this script now. We can say this guy joined, and the character that we just created up here, it now belongs to the authority of this character is, and then it's going to print it, and hopefully that is the same as the peer ID, otherwise we done goofed. And then what is this part? Does this peer own the spawn player? And this is wrong again. The old script that was made here is wrong. Like that. Okay. Now we say, is the peer ID and the character, is the authority of the character the same as the peer ID? If it is, it's gonna return true. And gonna type it in the print statement. Okay. Character spawn position. take a look at our world. So, for example, this sphere is a good position, right? So transform 2. So say let's say the players spawn up here, right? And just to be curious, nah, let's keep it like that. Okay, put the ball over here, whatever. Do we want the player to spawn at 0, 3, 0? Can you give me vector 0, 4, 0, 3, 0? We set the character name already. I don't need any random spawn positions here. I want 0, 3, 0. And it's funny, like, while the player scene that we created is in memory, like it's not even in our world yet, we can still say that it exists in this position before we even add it to the world. Okay, so that is our add player function. The debug can go at the end. I'm gonna put this function a bit further down, keep organized what we did and what we did not do. So exit tree is a built-in function, and what does that do? What does this do? This node, exit tree, it is called when a node is being removed from the scene tree, either by being freed or deleted. So here it says this one only runs for the host. Here it says that we are going to disconnect the add player function from the signal being emitted when a player joins. We're also going to disconnect the delete player function from when a player disconnects. And this function is called whenever a node is deleted from the tree. The question is it gonna be called when this node is deleted from the tree? And if so, I wonder what's the point, because this function is not gonna exist anymore if this node is deleted from the tree. So let's see if we can get an understanding here. Can you explain what this does and why it exists? It's connected to the... It doesn't matter where it's connected, really. The node is removed, so it's this specific node. When this specific node is removed from the scene tree, then we disconnect these functions. Okay. So when a function is removed from the scene by the node being removed, it doesn't automatically disconnect from signals that are emitted. That is an important detail that we need to remember. This is a general. This is a very general tip. Disconnecting exit tree. Called when the node is removed from the scene. Used to clean up connected signals. So these are not the best examples because they have connect and disconnect in their names, which makes it very confusing. Multiplayer, peer connected, disconnect. It makes it a bit hard to read, so do you have a simple signal for an example that makes it less confusing, since multiplayer peer connect already has connect in its name. Oh, that wasn't so good. Let's just do my function, my func, and my signal. From exit tree, I want to clean up the signal. Good. Okay, so now we understand the exit tree function. You can put it here. And for the script in the player spawner here now, there is actually only one more function we need to understand. So we're getting there. I think I'm gonna move the player spawner function up here. I'm gonna remove it from here. I'm gonna find the player list and multiplayer spawner. I'm gonna see, is the multiplayer spawner used anywhere in the script? No, it's not, so I'm gonna remove it. Is the player list used? Yes, it is. Player scene used? Should be. Yes. Good. This we understand, this, and we're only left with this. Function delete player. So when do we call the delete player? function. The delete player function is connected to the peer disconnected signal from the multiplayer API. That means when a player disconnects, delete player is going to run. And since this signal brings the peer ID, the delete player will also receive the peer ID of the player that disconnected. And here is a new check. Has node. And I'm pretty sure that is the same as calling get node and getting response that there is no node with that name. As node, what does this do? Get node. Did we write it here? Get node. It identifies a node by its path and name. Let's see. How is the simplest? If you just... You can do it like this maybe. Identifies a node by its name. So if you have a node here, like the player list root node, we call get node on the player list, and then in the parentheses we are going to say the name of the node. Playlist get node player 2. And what it's going to do is it is going to retrieve the node with the name player 2. So we could have done something like player 2 node is this. Go to the player list and get the node for me that is named player 2. And now it is stored in this variable. Player 2 node. And the has node it also works with the paths. It's the same ID. Works with paths. Place name with path name. E.g. get node child 1 grandchild. So as node does not return the node, it tells you if the node exists. Yeah, so basically it works like get node, but it simply tells you if the node was existing or not. has node name. Works like get node, but does not return the node. It only returns true, false, whether the node exists or not. So here it says if not the node exists, then skip the function. I suppose you could also just say if the node exists, kill it. Makes a bit more sense to me, I guess. Unless you would have a lot of, if you have a lot more things in your script. What is nice about a call such as this, that calls the return and stops the function, is that you're gonna have one less indent. Like it's gonna be, all the code is gonna be written on this line instead of this line. And if you're not careful about thinking about these things, you might end up writing all your code over here in the end, right? Which is a bit annoying. So I guess it's good practice to learn to avoid adding extra indents. Let's see if we understand what happens here. So if it doesn't have the node, return. But if it does have the node, we use get node and we queue free. Most likely we could also do it like get node if like something like this would probably work as well, and it would probably give us a false or something if we're not getting it. I'm not gonna check the logic on that, or this works. We use has node to see if the node exists. If it exists, we use the get node to access the node, and with all of this we have the node. We do the queue free function on it, and let's make sure we understand queue free. Should basically free the node from the scene completely, but okay, so not immediately. Deletes a node queue free. The get node, if it has a node, it gets a node. Then you have a node. Let's see if I have a node called the player list. This is my player list node. I say get node player 1. Now it checks the children of the player list. This is the player list node that I'm currently checking, right? So if this now has a node with the name player 1, It has to be written exactly the same though. Now if this node, this list has a node called player1, it's going to get returned here. So all of this is getting this node. So this is like accessing this node. And what you can do is you can now you can create a variable that holds this player1 node. Variable player1 node. Currently this is nothing. Without this it's just blank. Nothing is here yet. But we assign from the player list, we get the node with player1, with the name player1, and we assign it to this. So now this player1 node can be referenced here. Now we can use that player1 node. We can do whatever with it. Functions. We can use it in functions. We can move it around. We can do all kinds of things, right? You're free. Call on the node to delete it. So safely is the keyword, right? Yes, delete it safely. So what happens? At the end of the current frame, right? After all processing, like process and physics process, I guess. Physics and signals are done. This prevents crashes where the game tries to access the node while it's deleted. So that's the queue-free method. Okay. So now if we're gonna write what this script does, maybe we can say something like responsible for spawning players. Host when he starts the server. Spawning and removing players. Spawn host when he starts the server. Character, I guess. Spawn player character when they join the server. Assign authority. And assigning authority. When players spawn, they are assigned authority. Player's character spawn, they are assigned authority. So host uses ID 1 as authority, peers use their ID for the authority. Remove player characters assigned for peers that leave the game. Disconnects. Good. So in our player script, we were checking the unique ID that we had set on the player through some set function that was being used up here. We're not going to do that anymore. Now we are going to use the authority that we have set up. So let's find the basics. Connecting authority. This is the host check. This returns the peer ID of the client running the check. And this sets the multiplayer authority. Right, so we need a check to see the authority of the node we are on, right? What syntax is used to check who has authority, which peer has authority of the given of the node of a node. Get multiplayer authority. Okay. My node dot get multiplayer authority. Returns the peer ID of peer ID currently owns and synchronizes the node. Right. So now we have what we need, right? We have this function that gets the unique ID of the client who's asking, like if player 1 or the host asks what's my unique ID, it's gonna be 1. If a player joining asks what is my unique ID, it's gonna be something like a long number. It's gonna be his peer ID. And we're gonna check if the authority set on the node is the same as the person who's trying to access it. If that makes sense. Here we get the authority of the node. Who has authority? It returns us a peer ID. If called on the if called for the current node, just use get multiplayer authority. Might be better to put it down here. And then we can say checking if current client has authority over current node. We must check if the node's authority is set to the same peer ID as the client. And we do that by doing authority access granted. Peer ID matches, yes indeed. There is more logic that has to be rewritten in these scripts. Still. So I don't know if the game will even run at this point. No. Sense node. Okay, connect. This guy doesn't spawn. His model spawns. But his camera didn't change. Which is a bit worrisome. What is the debug? What's this error referring? Let ChatGPT look at that error while we continue with our scripts. So it's time to go through this script, and let's do the same by doing one line at a time and understanding everything. Speed and jump velocity, these are variables, but they are a variable of a type constant. And that is very simply a variable that doesn't change ever. We can assign it as a float. We can make sure that Unity understands that these variables are floats if you want to. Gravity. So I understand what this does, but I haven't written it or used it myself. It's like in the project settings, it's able to get the gravity being set. So get settings physics 3D, and here there is a default gravity value. So that gravity value is being used in this script. Which is a float. This is a vector 3. This is a float. This is also a float. Like this entire script seems to be mostly about movement, right? It does assign the camera. It sets up the object here to belong to the player group. So let's just write down here what it does. It assigns the player camera to the authoritative peer ID. It assigns the player node to the player group. So I can do it in the order that it is being done. And then what else does it do? Input. I don't think that we are going to use any more corrections from the host with our new setup. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna use this. Which means we're not gonna do this. So we will just keep it commented out temporarily, but we will remove this code. So we should have server synchronizer. This is also like what was responsible for sending coordinates from the host. It's you can just remove it, really. We're gonna sync position, rotation, velocity. Anything else? We're gonna always sync them. And this is interesting. It says it's gonna replicate this player on spawn, but we do have a synchronizer in the main scene, which should be responsible of this. So we'll try to turn it off and see if the synchronizer in the main scene is able to show everyone the players joining. Handles player movement based on input synced from player input. Yeah. These are variables used again from to adjust the position based on the updates from the host. Not gonna be used anymore. These are gonna be deleted. Interactables reference. Now, is that being used anywhere? No, it's not. So why is it here? I don't know. Maybe I need it? I think maybe I do. I think I need it. I think it's used by triggers to find the interactions node. I think that's it. To clean up a little here, this we're gonna remove, so that's fine, but this part up here is player movement. And then this part here. node references. Reading input. With our current setup, there is no need really to have a separate node for player input, since each player controls their own character. So this is a complete waste, but let's see. What does the player input here say? It handles the jumping, the direction, the jaw and the pitch. Like, the first thing I'm thinking is I definitely want to just make a child node called movement, right? So I just want movement. And I wonder, what node type should I use for the movement script for the player? If I use node 3D, will it inherit what I need to change move and slide and such from the player object, or should I? Should I use character body 3D node for the movement? I will most likely have to reference the player node and assigning move and slide, rotations and such, I assume. Use a node or a node 3D. The root. The player node is already a character body 3D. And that is the one you call move and slide and velocity and such on. The movement is a helper. Right? So I can just make this whatever. Maybe I can try to make it a node. Type node. The movement settings. Change type. Node. Change. Movement. Then we add a script here. We're gonna put it in scripts player. I'm gonna call it movement. Create. Now, is it going to be more tidy to keep the input in a different function or not? Like, it's for sure it's a decent chunk of code in here, but then again, it's a lot of maybe it might be more clean to have it all in one place. Let's move it. Let's use it here. Remove this. Do I need to? I don't need to share the jumping variable. Do I need to share the direction? No, I don't need to share the direction. The camera. The camera can be used. The yaw and the pitch of the camera can be used to control the player's rotation, and later the angle of the camera, if you look from above and down or down and up, it can be used to control the motion of the character's head as well. However, I will change those values on the player object. So instead of synchronizing the pitch and the jaw of the camera, like the angle and stuff of the camera, I will just synchronize in what direction the player is rotated and in what direction the head is looking and stuff like that for other players. Like they do not use the jaw and the pitch of the camera to execute any logic for themselves. But I still need to declare the variables, of course. So just not export it. Direction, the vector2 will be 0. This one, export our camera 3D. This one I'm not exporting to camera 3D. Am I blind? It's supposed to show up here, right? When I export the camera. I definitely can't see it. Oh, okay. Sure. Horizontal camera angle, vertical camera angle, all these camera movement, camera angles. Where's the music? Yes. Yes. Joe and the pitch is still here as well, so jumping is not declared. Whatever. There we go. Because of script errors, it didn't update in the inspector. I see. Camera 3D, player, assign here. We don't need a function to spread the word that the character is jumping. We're gonna keep all in one nice script. Call jumping. I'm gonna edit that soon. Now this is in process. Gonna make a script for moving. Should I keep all the inputs being read in physics process together with the movement logic? Or should I keep it in a process function instead? ChatGPT likes to tell me I have great questions. Oh, you're on the right track. Oh, great question. Oh, now you're thinking like an expert. While I'm sitting here, I have no clue what I'm doing. Is 1 + 1 2? Great question. Now you're really starting to think like an expert. Best practice for movement and input is to put both the read input and the character movement inside physics process. It runs at fixed intervals, about 60 times per second. Yeah, I understand the movement. So the input. Okay. When I click a button, it stores the input state until it's been executed, I suppose. Process delta is frame dependent, best used for animations, transitions. Why do you want to use animations in... as long as you use delta, that's fine, yeah. Still. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna put everything inside a physics process delta, and we're gonna separate the logic. Like we're gonna make the code cleaner by using functions, right? So handle input is gonna be like a function in itself, right? And then we just have to make a function down here which is called handle input. And then we just throw all this code inside there. Is this what I call redundant commenting? In this section, we handle input. And what are we doing? We call a function called handle input. I think it's pretty obvious what the function handle input does. So let's just remove that. We're gonna put this inside here. Unhandled input, what is this? If not get multiplier authority is unique ID. Go away. If event is unhandled input, handles the mouse movement and sets the jaw and the pitch of the camera. Should I put the mouse movement, which helps rotate the camera pitch and jaw, as unhandled input, or together with everything else in the physics process? I hope it's gonna say I'm gonna put it either in process, delta, or unhandled input. Let's see. Best practice is to put it in unhandled input or input, not in physics process. I think I understand this, right? Because you maybe it's able to update that you move your mouse like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before the next physics frame gets drawn. So you don't want to just capture the mouse movement every physics frame. This is my guess, but yeah. You want to react to each event, not check it continuously per physics tick. Yeah. Okay, so what is unhandled input and what is input? Input handles all input, also UI related ones. Unhandled input handles only input that is not used by the UI, such as for game controls. Okay. But then don't I want to set player jumping being pressed as a part of unhandled input event instead of a part of the physics process? And what about other buttons like interactions? Interact or move left? Reads input state. Jump reads input state. Use one-shot events for inside the input. Use physics process when you hold a button. Yeah. And you mentioned what was it? Unhandled input was good for game controls. Is this because unhandled input does not run and you have And you're moving inside UI or what? Like if I want to set up now jumping, mouse movement, moving. I understand I want moving inside physics process, and I want jumping and mouse movement in either input or unhandled input. Mouse movement to adjust camera. And I want, and when I click escape and open a menu and pause the game, game time, I open a menu, that's it, open a menu. I do not want to execute any movement, jumping, or camera adjustment anymore until the menu is closed again. How do I lock this script to not run these events while menu is open? 2, what is your final verdict of whether I should use input or unhandled input for jumping and mouse movement based on my explanation and why? Yeah. Tack. Input event. Okay, so I use unhandled input because when I then put the UI element on the screen, I will be able to say these things should not happen. But what about the movement? What about the movement? Should stop when menus are open, indeed. Use input is action pressed, but guarded with a check. How to lock input when menu is open. Var input locked equal false. In physics process, if input locked, return. Yeah, but if I have this in the beginning of my physics process, then this safeguards my entire script, so I don't need to care if I use input or unhandled input or whatever at that point. You can create a simple global state flag or expose one from your UI manager, game manager, etc. Yeah. So if I go here, should have a
she my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive. I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kind of
Spawn Manager 2, Spawner Player.
She's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type. But yeah, that's still my babe.
The Spawner Player, yeah, I'm not using it. Go away. And this one, Player Spawner. There we go. Good. I should have a script that controls the visibility of the mouse already. His movement, interactions, player input, is that it? I'm pretty sure. Or was that in another game?
I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding.
Mouse Manager. Here's the Mouse Manager. And it should be a part of the main world somewhere. Managers. Yeah. I called it the menu manager here. Called it menu manager. Here's a menu manager script. How do I
Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open.
set a global flag,
Now I'm ready to die.
which I can read in my player movement script?
I know you told me you would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name.
So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise.
Turn menu manager into an auto load. Go to project settings, auto load. blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Now manager is accessible from any script as a global variable. Damn, son. But this is like a manager that I want to use in game, right? But the menu manager functions differently in the main world and the main menu, I guess. Perhaps I shouldn't make it an autoload? Like, I don't want the cursor to hide unless I'm in game playing. Whatever. Whatever. I can fix the menu stuff later. I want to do the movement. Jump. Rotate. Angle camera. Rotate angle camera. So function, rotate, angle camera. Or should I just call it adjust camera? And it takes dx, dy, and those I suppose they are floats. I don't know. Func jump and back. pitch, add this, but clamp it. Clamp it. How does that work? Add this, clamp it. Position camera based on your pitch. Target position. Aim for the player's head. Yeah, sure. Target position is the player's head. Maybe I should just say 0.50. Alright. Not found in base self. Let me just do adjust the camera. Okay. Camera reference, camera angles, sensitivity settings, and pitch. Pitch and sensitivity settings. Camera settings, whatever. Sense, pitch, distance. Okay. And now get multiplayer authority and a unique ID. Now this should work. And we want to do that for physics process. And we want to do it for unhandled input. I hope I can do it like that. I can't. I might have to put it here then. Is this correct? Or do I need parentheses? Yeah, what I thought. Can I do? Can I do? Can I do? Can do? Can do this? Why not? Why?
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view.
Yes.
In the mountains underneath the constellations, yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments.
I think it is time to merge. The input
On a winding road in the dark of night, with the stars aglow, heavens up above, got me below. As I head to you, like the river flows, walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need.
input variable,
It's in these moments
camera,
with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into
node references.
and now I see. It's in these moments.
put it up here. Okay.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow.
And now
I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow.
now we can start
Felt the glow. The warmth inside me kept me afloat.
including some variables from here.
And gave me comfort when I feel alone. You're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better through the pain.
First,
I will go alone.
let's add the node references.
Break my bones. I will scream even louder.
We have interactions.
'Cause I'm not
Input, we don't need it anymore. Multiplayer spawner. Did we use that somewhere? No, we don't.
Oh my God. Don't do this.
We might reference the
Oh my God.
multiplayer spawner. Oh, I don't think so.
I need my best
Okay.
friend.
Music disappeared. Where to go? Yes. Input, movement, camera. Away with this. And now we move everything in physics process to our new movement script here. And this Now we have to reference the player here everywhere. If player not is on floor. Now I moved the movement script to a child of the player. How do I say in physics process if player not on floor? Great move splitting your movement script into a child node. Thank you. If get parent is on floor. If not, player is on floor. Player. If jumping. So now we need a bool named jumping. Player movement variables. Bools. While jumping. Bool. Can start as false. And then jump. Jump function can. Set jumping to true. Like that. Okay. Jumping is true. And then if jumping and is on floor. It's really simple, this jump script, but whatever. I'm still gonna do it like this. Or I think actually can I just do jumping jump? Can I? No, if jumping jump. Can I do it like this? I wonder. Would be kind of cool. It's not really helpful, is it? But what I can do is first add the velocity here, perform jump, and then reset jumping bool. Jumping false. So at least we moved one line down. If jumping has been pressed and the player is on floor, I wonder if there's a better naming convention for things we press. Is jumping a good name for a bool that is set when the player hits the jump input? Jumping is a reasonable name. Jump requested, jump pressed. Yeah, I think I kind of like that more, like jump pressed instead of jumping. Yeah. Better. Let's see. Jaw is already declared in this script, right? It's on top here somewhere in the camera, jaw. So we set the player rotation to jaw on the y-axis. We calculate the forward and right position based on the jaw. Direction. Direction. We rotate the player. And then we set the forward direction. Seems so stupid though. After rotating the player, is there an easier way to refer to what is forward direction from the player? Basis X and basis Y. Yeah, you see that is so much better, right? What is this? So we rotate the player with the new rotation. We can now just say that forward is the Z direction of the player, right? And the basis. So basis means the current rotation. Basis means the rotation. Okay. These are good keywords to remember. Like basics, general. These are like functions, but we also have like keywords, and it's good to know that basis refers to rotation, dot origin refers to position. The position is more prevalent, so it's sample player transform basis. That gets the set direction from the player's rotation. It's the forward direction from the player's rotation. Getting directions of objects. Forward direction, and we can have right direction. Player transform basis X. Yeah. Change the player velocity. Move toward? How is it called on the player, I suppose? No. Is it the speed? No. Velocity not declared in the current scope. Velocity X and velocity set. I miss a reference to the player here. Okay. Looking at the script, I realize now that I should have maybe just reference these bools, all these variables from the player. Maybe I should have just referenced them in a section on the top here, but this is fine too. So that was the movement from the player. Now hopefully I will be able to delete all of this yellow text down here soon. And we're just gonna be left with this on top. And then for our movement script, here we're gonna say receives player input, movement directions from physics in physics process, and we get jump and mouse input from I always forget what that event type is called. Input, handle input, unhandled input, unhandled input. Okay, and moves the player object. Calculates move direction based on input. Velocity set based on direction. Direction set based on rotates and moves player. Camera jaw is used to set player rotation. Set based on players. Direction for movement. Set based on player rotation and movement input. Ja. Actually, I can find these in another script. I will wait a little before I delete them. It's fine. Player movement, and then interactions. So I shouldn't have to test for the raycast, it should always exist. I should do this in unhandled input, I think. No delta. If input is action, just press interact. Check what the camera is colliding with and update the hit. And here you can use a similar logic. To check that only the player with authority is able to execute. Okay. Interactions. Sends a signal. Interaction attempted when the interact button is hit, is used, pressed. Only works for the okay. And now This player's spawner, no, player scene, player, the player input, I don't use it anymore. All of the input logic is moved to the movement script. So it goes bye bye. By the way, I have a backup of all my code here. Usually what you want to do, if you have to delete code to clean stuff up, you want to create like a old code folder, something like that, and you want to, instead of just deleting the code, you want to move it in there. And the reason for that is code reusability. Basically, even though you made some new code, some of your old code might still be needed, or there might be some logic in your old code that you want to reuse. So these things they don't take much space, probably. Like player input, how much file location, 4 kilobytes, right? So you can handle to save a couple of these on your computer. You don't have to be just keep them. You could rename them, the scripts as well, though, to something like old. So even in your, here it's not updated yet, but even in your folders, it will be easily recognizable as outdated code. Good. Let me actually now clean this up a little. Close. Now select multiple. No. Close, Control W. Okay. Now it's a bit tidier here. Tidiness is important. My house is messy, but my code is clean. Okay. Here. Now, the server synchronizer. That's fine. I guess it can be called that. But now what it's doing, it references this player object up here. This is the object we are moving around and rotating and everything in our movement script. Over here, like everything is referencing the player velocity, stuff like that. So we are going to share these velocity, rotation, and position variables the player have with the rest of the players. And a keynote again here, a reminder. Now, since we have set every single node here to have the authority of the peer that made the node spawn, like it's the client itself, it's the player's client that shares the position of this player. So the host shares the position of his character, player 2 shares the positions of his character. Let's see. Let's take a look at some bugs. Non-existent function move toward in character body player GD. Okay. move toward this one. Calculate velocity based on movement direction. If there is a movement direction, like that. Could be a good idea to understand this a bit better. I understand that we look at the player's rotation and then we see what is forward and what is right, and then we set the direction the player is moving based on forward times direction Y. Let's see. Should this not be player direction? I wonder. Maybe not. No, I think it might be right, but again, this part of the code, it could be nice to go slowly through it. Forward is back and back is forward. Forward, forward, forward. Base is that. Like that. 85. Post. Okay, movement is correct. Jumping is correct. Now we connect. And man. I think this player joining here, I think he's not having such a good time, to be honest. Like I feel like there's something missing here. Perhaps a little bit is missing. You like it? Yeah? Ready to sell? I think so. Okay. Early beta, for sure. Print player object. Maybe can I reference the name of the node, I wonder? I just say Self maybe. Like, does that print? Didn't print anything, did it? Ah, this one did print something. Player object 1. Is this how I can print the player object name? Name? Who would have thought that the name of the object would be referenced to as name? Print. You are the authority of the camera. Player name 1. You are the authority. Like this, these messages are before the player, before the object is moved into the scene though. Is something to take note of. So this message, it's important that this message comes after the authority is set to the object. In the main world, we spawn in objects, and when we set authority here, we can print authority has been set with a lot of dots. So let's see, authority has been set comes before you are the authority of the camera, and that's important. Okay. That's good. So the authority should already be set. Spawning player for peer ID, player name, assigned authority to character. Everything looks good. The character is this. The peer ID is supposed to be the same, but now what we have to do, take a look what's happening. here. What we need to know is players authority. Authority. And that is multiplayer.getUnique ID. And we need to know object characters authority is set to get multiplayer authority. Okay, so first we host connect players authority 1, characters authority 1, you are the authority. Okay, and then we connect this one, and here it says player's name, blah blah blah, player's authority, blah blah blah, character's authority 1. Both of these characters still have authority 1. Why? When a player connects, we add the player. And up here, we see character, get multiplayer authority, this one, assigned authority to character. It is this, but anyways, character's authority is still 1. Down here, oh. Output. Damn it. see. Now let's run this and host, but we go to our desktop version and connect. Doesn't help. When I join from the desktop, my authority is set to 1. Or what? No. But the character authority seems correct, right? Hmm. Character is saying all of this. Spawner is saying this. Okay. Connect. This makes kind of sense because this one doesn't make sense. Character authority 1. Hmm. And did he just change the authority of the first character as well? Like what? So upon spawning, oh, will the print output show print messages from other clients? Character name. Player's authority, character's authority. Let's see. Everything is 1 for the first player. You are the host, that's fine. Connect. So here is the connection of the second character. The character name given is the correct one. The player's authority is correct if I'm reading this from the host client. I don't know. When running two clients instances from what is it called? Debug customize run instances. When running two instances of debugging enabling multiple instances. under debug, how can I see the output from client number 2? Project settings debug std out. Which one should I check here? Oh damn it. Client or not? Can you make sense of why the authority check fails on the camera for the connecting peer? Take a close look at how authority is assigned and print statements being made. Operations. order of operations, player hosts, host player, player joins, host spawns, player with ID 1, with ID, peer ID, and that the signal sends this correctly. Player characters are spawned under a root node connected to a referred to in the multiplayer spawner node, which also has the player character in its auto spawn scene. Good luck. Think hard. And while ChatGPT works very hard on this, I'm gonna have a bathroom break, I think. Okay. What did it figure out? Yeah. So here we can see the authority of the character is wrong, right? And the host the character authority is actually correct. So the character's authority is not synced properly. But the name is synced. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The multiplayer spawner does not preserve authority unless the scene is added under it correctly. And the peer is the one initiating the spawn. Add the manually spawned player under the multiplayer spawn root and set the authority manually. Host spawns it under the root used in multiplayer spawner already. The client's joining only gets the object spawned via multiplayer spawner. But the objects spawned with multiplayer spawner still doesn't have all the info correct. There's a very easy fix I could do probably, which is set the authority to the same as the character name, because the name is already correct. So, but it's a bit silly brute forcing it like that. I just want to see what happens if I immediately puts the character inside the scene and then make all the adjustments. What happens then? What happens then indeed? Character's name player? What? Well, now it was different, but wanted. The only missing information is the authority, and it's a bit sad that it can't just replicate that part correctly. Indeedly do, indeedly do. Let me try what I think could be a fix. Set multiplayer authority name. Var authorities name. In for authorities integer. Set as int name is this is totally gonna work instantly, no problems. And it crashed. Really? Is it? Really? Is it really? Yes, it is, because I... away. Save. Play. Work. Didn't work. I wasn't able to update the authority now either. Swiggity swooty. But I only did it on the server. That is maybe the opposite of what I wanted to do. I want the client. I want everyone set the authority of this object to the same as the name of the object. That's a stupid fix though. I have the camera working. But I'm in the ground. That's too bad, right? So why am I in the ground, I wonder? It's not very nice. Since the name is correct, I suppose I can just do this already in the player script. And that should update it for everyone. So what's up with this spawning method? Add player ID. It uses the same function. How does it suddenly spawn him in the middle of the ground? Like what? 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 Also noteworthy, the connecting player spawns at 000 instead of the given 030. Perhaps due to some update in its synchronizer. I don't know. Ah. So strange. Well, the good thing is that he is indeed the authority. Oh. Only problem now is that he's in the ground. It doesn't help very much that he's the authority. Movement. Ready. Oh, oh, maybe I understand. Ooh, 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 ooh. Since it's because the authority is stupid though, but since currently we are manually fixing the authority of the this one. No, this one. Yes, here we're manually fixing this authority. But it has to be done for all the other scripts as well, all the other objects here in the player. So we do already have a function for something like that though. In the player spawner we have the set authority recursive. Which requires a node and authority. So then we can do this with the self and name. I suppose the synchronizer still didn't get the correct authority. So it's being silly. I don't know. I can try this in player object to when ready to force correct authority of all children. Oh. Camera authority, your host. I removed the line for movement authority, okay. Uh, 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 um. The movement authority actually didn't update here, so it didn't work. Or is it here maybe? Nah. Mm-mm. 0. Node name. Movement. Ah, yeah. Damn. That makes sense. Hmm. So here I have to reference player 13th name. Ah. Nice. Player name. The integer. That was so easy. But yeah. I haven't fixed this box yet. Damn it. Oh my god. This is so stupid. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Okay. Player Sorry for set authority recursively. Var authority ID init name Hmm. Invalid access to property or key interaction node on a base object of type character body 3D player. Interaction node. Because of a typo, maybe. Interaction attempted. Actions here. My call seems wrong. Doesn't find is connected on. Did it fall away here maybe? Jesus. Player 1 interacted with character body 3D. Oh. Now we're getting somewhere. Now you can walk into this box and it says your player name, enter trigger, and it even says the correct player name on the other person's screen. Player 1, enter trigger. Player 2047443128, exit the trigger. And I can use my interact button, even though it doesn't do anything except change the text. I mean, now we spent another 6 hours and we are exactly where we left off yesterday, so except that we can see, yesterday we couldn't see the correct name on the other screen. Now we can see the correct name on both screens. So I guess we could say we learned something and we got further. Should I be happy with this progress after 6 hours? Maybe, maybe not. Let's try to make a box to interact with before we quit. Like, how long can it take? You know, we already have logic to look at the box. So we just need the box, right? Scenes. World. Let's put a script on this box. We'll name it interactable box. We'll put the script script main world triggers, I guess. Interactable box, and we will give it a name. Let's see, not a name, we need to give it a group. Add to group. Interactable. Get collider if hit is in group, interactable. Interactable, so for interactable any interactable hit by raycast. Is it like a dot I have to put? And then on the trigger target. First interaction with no target, interacted with string target. Okay. So for now it should probably say no target. No. Player 1 interacted with target. Player pressed interaction with no target. Ah, right. I have to put interactable down here. So we start with interactable is nothing, and then check if raycast hit an interactable. Trigger signal. Okay. Like that. First interaction with no target. Perfect. So currently the collider is hitting the player object, and the player object is not a marked asset. Interactable, which is why it it doesn't count. It's not in group interactable. So now what we want to do is set the collision layer of the player to see. He wants to collide with stuff, but he the collision of players should be at mask 2. Let's see. And it goes straight through. What if we put the layer on 2? Now it doesn't. Now it doesn't interact properly with anything. So perhaps the better thing to do would be to set the interactable box. Collision mask, the physics layers, the CSG shape scans for collisions. And the collision layer, the physics layer this area is in. There are collision layers and mask. What should I do for my camera raycast to only hit interactables? Objects in group interactables. Do I need to tweak collisions of raycast and those items, or can I do it otherwise? Currently the raycast hits the player object instead of going past and looking for interactables. Can I set the interactables group to a layer? Or do I need to handle each item separately? Lame. I suppose I want interactables to be both collision with layer 1 and 2, so player can walk into them, but also the camera can hit them on mask 2. But this is how I set collision to layer 1 and 2. Why would I want to do that? Oh. I guess if I want to put 20 layers, it's easier. Okay. Interactable box. Add to group interactable. And then bunk collision layer. Ah, it already exists. Or why the error? Yeah, probably it exists. Okay. Cast. Collision mask. 2. Save. Play. Post. Bam bam. Oh, ho, ho. Now I can aim at the box and click interact to get a different message. Oh, ho, ho. There's just one error. Directions. This one needs to be this one. Yeah. Bam. Now I should see player blah blah blah. Enter the trigger. Now the interactions are not shown to everyone. Why? Why not? The test trigger here says label text, update that. Okay. So it has to be the fact that this function only is called from function is only called from one client. So I would need to synchronize the text. This just works because both the clients detect a player walking inside. Player ID. Get player authority. And the script is specifically hooking up the interaction node of the player entering, which is why the other client never connects his interaction node, which is a good thing, I guess. So what I would want to just make this very simple, if I wanted both players to see when the other player interacted with this thing, then I would have to have the label text that has I will have to synchronize the label text. Well, that could be a project for tomorrow. So next time, we now we can now spawn, set authority, move players. But the authority is set in a bit of strange way, right? And use authority. Setting authority is done in ready instead of spawn. We were able to set player names, but not authority when spawning. Next, our trigger object. Notice players entering and exiting, and hooks up their signals when they enter. Hooks up and connects / disconnects to their interact. Signals when doing so. We could make RPC equals synchronizer, or some other shenanigans to update the label text for everyone. When the player interacts, enters, exits, or interacts. Best practice is grant authority before the node enters the tree through enter tree, or when the node is created. Ensure authority changes happen simultaneously on all peers to avoid conflicts. Yeah. Call deferred.
Firefox demo where we looked at a strategy to compensate for lag, I thought it would be an interesting idea to go the complete opposite way and look at a demonstration on how we can just set up full player authority over the entire object. So we're not worrying about just giving authority to the input alone. We're actually going to give the player the complete control over their character in the game. Now, there are some drawbacks to this, like cheating can be very rampant with this type of setup. But if you're making a co-op game or you're just playing around with your friends and you don't want to mess around with any of the complexities involved with rollback or synchronization or lag compensation and that sort of thing, well, definitely check this out. We're going to look at a very quick way to get it set up today. We're going to start back at the Brackeys project that I turned into a multiplayer game. However, I made a few tweaks, some light refactoring that I think would be a better starting point. So grab the link down below if you're interested in following along and clone that repository. It's not this one you see on the screen. It's going to be the one down below. I just made a few tweaks to this. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of that in case you're looking at the code and it doesn't line up. That's why. So go into the project and open the scenes folder, and we're going to open up the multiplayer player scene. Now, I've noticed a few people, and I've experienced this myself, that when you clone this project, it gives you a scene corrupted or invalid error that pops up and you just can't do anything. I found the easiest way to fix it is just restart Godot and open it back up, and it seems to go away. And that has worked well for me. If you keep running into issues, please let me know. So we're going to approach authority a little differently because we're not just assigning to
var player ID. Set ID. Int. Then we set ID. Player ID, seed ID. Next button indent. Colon. Then see. Oh. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Server synchronizer. And that's multiplayer synchronizer. Then we have collision shape. But I don't think it's important who owns this. For now at least. These are the important ones, right? Movement, node. Interactions, node. Server synchronizer. And now, can we do this? Set multiplayer authority into ID. And then do this at interaction and server synchronizer. Synchronizer node. Okay. Will that work? That is the question. First things first, I will have to update player spawn. Not this, but instead it's just the character dot player or is it just called ID? Player ID. Player ID equals player ID. And now this is totally gonna work with no issues whatsoever. Here I actually forgot to set authority already. Whoops. But I guess that is included in the new version. movement. There we have an authority. Server synchronizer. Here we have authority. Now, print authority of server sync. Like that. Okay, and then assign movement, assign server synchronizer, save it, play. The first object doesn't tell us much. Let's just jump into it and see what happened. Hello, Sun Wukong. Well, it's going slowly. I'm basically where I started this morning, but I understand a little bit more. In a couple of days, maybe I can start building some mechanics in multiplayer, which would be cool. I'm struggling to get this multiplayer authority to work as it's supposed to. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Here, character player ID is set to the peer ID. You've been making games with Python code. Everyone on the internet is paranoid. Well, I think I had a month of Python in school, and I think Python is the most similar language to Godot that you can get. Yeah, maybe you should show it off to a couple of friends first, or make a little YouTube video or something like that. Then maybe someone will dare to try. I usually just let some friends test my games if I make something. It's hard to find people online. So I've seen some videos where they use a player ID with a set method to set multiplayer authority when the object is created, and I guess it's this one. So I tried setting it up like this, where the player ID sets multiplayer authority of multiple nodes, but this didn't work, unfortunately. There was this guy. This guy.
Dude.
Not really getting his player ID. So he's checking against the player ID. But he's also setting input at multiplayer authority. That multiplayer authority. And it's just a dot, and he's referring to he's making the input up here. He set multiplayer authority with the ID. I really don't see what I'm doing differently, but it might be the way it's spawning. Maybe it would be better if it wasn't in the synchronizer. See the screenshot of someone using a similar setup and they make it work. Perhaps it has something to do with the way I spawn and everything. I don't know. Can you tell anything that I missed or did wrong here? Oh, I'm guessing Character name is updated. Authority of the player is there. But the character's authority is incorrect. Well, I see. Guess I can try this for fun. That's how he wrote it. No change. I'm done with that.
Input. We don't really need to do this line of code here. I'm going to leave it there. I'm just going to comment it out so that you have some reference as we move along. Under our ready function, let's add a call to await. We're going to get the tree and process frame. And this is basically just going to give us time to establish the network ID because we're setting the authority a little differently. You need to do this await here in this ready function so that the network itself has time to establish those network IDs. Now, this does feel like a bit of a hack, but I've seen it used in practice and it seems to work well. If you have a better approach, let me know. I know there's some enter tree and on ready callback functionalities through like a signal. None of those seem to be successful for me, so I'm just going to stick with this route. And if you look, the process frame will be immediately emitted before a process is called on every node. So it just gives us that like extra function or extra process that will allow the ready function to rest for a moment so that it has a chance to establish that network ID. And next, let's grab a reference to the multiplayer player and drag that over. We're going to set multiplayer authority. And what I want to use instead of the player ID is I want to use the name. And let's pull open the script so that you have some context under the game manager. No, not game manager. Or is it multiplayer manager? There we go. So if you remember, when a player gets connected to the game or added to the game in the case of a host, the name will be set to the network ID. So we have that here, and that gets established.
He's doing the same that I'm doing.
Scene. And if you remember back in the game scene, we actually spawn in players using the multiplayer spawner into the players node, which is right here. So adding the player to that players node will automatically spawn and synchronize that player through all the connected clients, and even when a new one joins. And each one of those player instances will have its name and player ID set correctly to the network ID. Now we don't really need to be using player ID anymore with this setup. I'm gonna leave it there in case you wanna use it still, but for this example, we're gonna heavily rely on the name. So back in the controller, where we set the authority, we're gonna use the name.
So it's a reason why he doesn't use. He uses the name, and it's a reason why he doesn't set the multiplayer authority right away. It's because it doesn't work. Like once the multiplayer spawner spawns in the object, it overwrites the multiplayer authority for the other peers joining, which is stupid.
Then we're going to convert it to an integer. And that's basically going to set the authority to this person, this network ID, so the local client that you're playing on, over the entire.
I wonder how it does it on all the children though.
To it, but I felt that this was the easiest to get up and running. And if we scroll down to the physics process function, instead of checking for is server, let's correct this to say is multiplayer authority. And this is going to act a little bit better because we're actually not going to have a server authority. Input only makes sense here. In actions that is going to be the player, we're going to add that check here. And we're going to put that right before the apply animation controller. Under our physics player client called we player, and we player object itself or the entire object. But our input script, because of the nature of how this is set up, we don't really need to make this check anymore. It's not going to work properly. It'll basically disable the inputs to be synchronized correctly. Implementation, I'm going to check to say if you're not the authority, just don't even. So for processing the jump and the input direction, we're going to ignore anything that isn't the authority. So we're not going to be able to run those functions.
What's interesting is
or the client owner of this script. And again, like I said before, I had to remove the set physics and set process calls up in the ready function because they just weren't working.
Set his authority yet in this script, so did he do it in the previous one?
We have a check for is server. We're not going to use that anymore because go with in what zone it is. That's why we got rid of that bodies like that. Okay, you can see. Let's run 2. Post new game. Okay, you can see he's running fine, and that's the host. So of course he's going to run immediately. And then down on the second client, it looks like it's running correctly.
Oh, shit,
as far as I can
super
tell.
laggy though.
Issues. I saw some lag there for a second. That could just be my computer, but other than that, it looks like that lag is cleared up. And if we go down to this platform, let's just make sure it's synchronized. Yeah, and it looks pretty good. And if you notice again, the slime isn't synchronized properly. I haven't set that up. So let's just set that up really quick because it's bothering me. So as far I have 2 instances, let's run. And let's run. I've covered that in a few videos. If you want to, that's right.
Okay, so why did
you're not gonna actually the multiplayer input as far as my experiment because of the nature work okay. Next, some caveats with that, but as far as my experimentation work, this seemed to work okay. Next, some caveats with that, but
like here he does not set the authority of the player input though.
Cascade that. Do
So
that.
where did he do that?
And a way to process and then at the top, when the ready function is called, we do an await to process a frame for 1 frame. Top when from the player client owner or that has authority over that player and of the move. And then so what we did here was we just moved the. It's not executing on. Add the we're gonna add themselves down to the network ID. So and that's basically gonna set player ID and player IDs if you so that allow the ready function.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, if I could see this. await. Get 3. See, where is it? Process frame. Like that. And then since this didn't work, we could try it down here, I guess. And then just use the player ID. I could also try to skip this one with the new await for the process thingy. Okay, so the camera was not accepted. Connect. This one does not work either. What if I remove this? Synchronizer. Player ID. I guess I can use int name. Just kill this. Player spawner. Could still try this, but it's not working, so why would I even use it, right? Okay, so this worked partly. You can see it only gave authority to the first script, which controls the camera and such. When I run this, the ready of the player object it's not updating the set multiplayer authority of the other nodes. And I instead have to do from the other nodes referring to the player.name, the player node. Why? But as I mentioned, I used let's see, movement fix, server synchronizer, fix, interactions, oh yeah, that is built in here. Nice. Movement okay, and this okay. Now the only question remaining was even though authority is not inherited, you can see I used references to exported variables that I set in the inspector when setting multiplier authority for the other nodes, but this didn't work. Why? Child nodes run ready before the parent? Ah, man. Is that why it doesn't work then? It could make sense actually. Whatever. I'm gonna go crazy if I'm gonna try to understand this completely all at once. The most important is I have a working game, right? And for next time we have this label. It correctly updates when the players enter and exit on both screens. You can see player 1 here now, this guy entered, but it doesn't update when I click this box for both players, and that's because the script that executes this click is protected by authority, so it is never run on the host. And I basically just need to, instead of updating the label directly like like this on the script, I need to send some kind of synchronization if it's an RPC call or using a multiplayer synchronizer node, or I don't know what yet, but that's for next time. I'm gonna stop there for today. We stopped again. We came as far as we started, basically, with a little more knowledge. Overall, even though it's silly, I'm kind of happy with that. Understanding this a little better is important. So I'm just gonna keep working on it until I understand more, and soon we will be able to build something a little bit meaningful at least. Thanks for watching.